Welcome to Mythology Stories, where the past meets the stars. Before we begin tonight's journey, tell me in the comments, where in the world are you listening from, and what time is it right now? I always love seeing how far these stories travel. Now, settle in, relax, and let's drift into the tale of Andromeda, the princess whose story became immortal among the constellations. In the gentle darkness of your mind, let us journey back through time and space, to an ancient kingdom where the Mediterranean waves lapped against shores of golden sand, and where the night sky stretched endlessly above, unmarked by the harsh lights of our modern world. Here, in this realm of myth and starlight, we find ourselves in the kingdom of Ethiopia, though not the Ethiopia we know today, but a mystical land that existed where sea met sky, where reality danced with dreams, and where mortals dared to speak with the voices of gods. Breathe deeply now, and let your body sink into the comfort of your bed as we drift back to this ancient time when the stars seemed closer to Earth, when their light felt warm against human skin, and when the boundary between heaven and earth was as thin as morning mist. In this kingdom ruled a king named Perseus, whose name would one day be written across the northern sky in letters of starlight, but who was then simply a mortal man with the weight of a crown upon his brow and the love of family in his heart. Perseus was a gentle ruler, one who preferred the quiet contemplation of his gardens to the clash of armies, who found more pleasure in watching the sunset paint his kingdom in shades of amber and rose than in counting the gold in his treasury. His palace overlooked the endless sea, and from his highest tower he could watch the stars emerge each evening like shy children stepping into the light. First one, then two, then countless thousands, until the sky became a tapestry of silver and dreams. But it was not Perseus alone who ruled this peaceful realm. Beside him sat his queen, Cassiopeia, whose beauty was spoken of in whispers that carried on the evening breeze from village to village, from mountain to shore. Cassiopeia possessed the kind of beauty that poets struggle to capture in words, that painters despair of recreating on canvas, a beauty that seemed to hold within it the very essence of starlight itself. Her hair flowed like liquid midnight, catching and reflecting light as if each strand were spun from the darkness between the stars. Her eyes held the deep blue of the ocean at twilight, that magical hour when day surrenders to night and the first stars begin their ancient dance across the heavens. Yet beauty, as the old stories tell us, can be both blessing and curse. And in Cassiopeia's heart, pride began to grow like a flower that blooms too brightly, drawing attention from gods and mortals alike. She would stand upon her balcony each evening, brushing her long hair as the stars emerged, and sometimes, in moments when the wine had flowed freely at dinner and the compliments of courtiers had filled her ears like honey, she would gaze up at the star-scattered sky and whisper words that perhaps should have remained unspoken. Even the Nereids, she would murmur to the night wind, those blessed daughters of the sea cannot match my beauty. And the wind would carry her words out over the water, where they would dance upon the waves like dangerous music, travelling ever outward toward realms where gods dwelt in underwater palaces, and where such words held more power than any mortal could imagine. But let us not dwell too long upon pride and its consequences, for this night is meant for peace, and our story grows more beautiful as it unfolds. Instead, let us turn our attention to the true jewel of this ancient kingdom, the daughter born to Perseus and Cassiopeia, when the stars aligned in perfect harmony, when the evening star sang its sweetest song, and when the very air seemed to shimmer with anticipation of her arrival. Princess Andromeda was born on a night when the constellation we now know by her name was perfectly positioned overhead, as if the universe itself were announcing her importance to the cosmic story that was about to unfold. From her first breath, she carried within her the combined beauty of her parents, but softened by a gentleness that came from somewhere deeper than mere physical form. Where her mother's beauty burned bright and demanded attention, Andromeda's beauty was like moonlight on still water, serene, calming, and infinitely peaceful to behold. As she grew from child to maiden, Andromeda developed a deep love for the nighttime hours, when the palace grew quiet and the stars emerged to keep her company. She would often climb to the highest tower of her father's palace, wrapping herself in soft robes the colour of twilight, and there she would sit with a small oil lamp burning beside her, reading the ancient stories of heroes and gods, of love and adventure, while above her the great wheel of the galaxy slowly turned, bringing new constellations into view with each passing season. Unlike her mother, Andromeda felt no need to compare herself to divine beings, or to speak boastfully of her gifts. Instead, she found joy in simple pleasures, in the way dawn light transformed the sea from black to silver to gold, in the songs of birds as they announced each new day, in the laughter of children playing in the palace gardens. She'd inherited her father's contemplative nature, along with her mother's extraordinary beauty, and this combination made her beloved not only by her parents and the people of her kingdom, but by the very land itself, which seemed to bloom more brightly wherever she walked. The princess had a particular fascination with the stars and spent countless hours learning their names and stories from the palace astronomers. She knew the myths behind each constellation, could predict the rising and setting of planets, and understood the great cycles that governed the celestial dance above. When she looked up at the night sky, she saw not just points of light, but a vast and intricate story being told across the darkness, a story in which she somehow sensed she was destined to play a part, though she could not yet imagine how. On clear nights, when the moon was new and the stars shone with their fullest brilliance, Andromeda would identify her favourites among the constellations. There was mighty Orion, striding across the winter sky with his belt of 3 stars gleaming like jewels. There was the Great Bear, circling eternally around the pole star, never setting, never resting in its cosmic journey. And there, in the northern sky, was a W-shaped pattern of 5 bright stars that seemed to beckon to her, though she did not yet know that these stars formed the constellation of Cassiopeia, her mother's future home among the stars. As we watch young Andromeda gazing up at the night sky, unknowing of the destiny that awaits her, let us pause in our story and allow the peaceful rhythm of her breathing to match your own. Feel yourself sinking deeper into relaxation as you imagine the gentle warmth of that ancient palace, the soft light of oil lamps flickering against stone walls, and the infinite canopy of stars stretching overhead like a celestial blanket, promising that all stories, even the most challenging ones, ultimately lead to peace and resolution among the eternal lights of heaven. The princess could not know, as she sat in her tower room tracing constellation patterns with her finger, that far beneath the waves her mother's careless words had travelled to the court of Poseidon himself, god of the sea and earthquakes, whose temperament was as changeable as the ocean itself. Nor could she foresee that her own great beauty, innocent as it was, would soon become entangled in divine politics and cosmic justice in ways that would transform her from a simple mortal princess into a bridge between earth and sky, between myth and eternal starlight. But such knowledge was mercifully hidden from her young heart, allowing her these final days of innocence, these precious moments of simply being a girl who loved stories and stars, who found wonder in each sunset and magic in each dawn, and who trusted that the universe, vast and mysterious as it was, held only good things in store for those who lived with gentle hearts and peaceful souls. Let your breath flow like gentle ocean waves as we continue our journey deeper into this ancient tale, where the boundary between myth and reality grows ever thinner, like morning mist dissolving into golden sunlight. Far beneath the wine-dark waters of the Mediterranean, in a realm where coral grows into fantastic palaces, and where sea light filters down in shafts of liquid emerald and sapphire, dwelt the daughters of Nereus, the old man of the sea, the 50 Nereids, whose beauty was as legendary as their kindness to sailors lost in storms and fishermen struggling against unfavourable tides. These divine maidens spent their days dancing through underwater gardens, where anemones bloomed like flowers, and schools of silver fish moved in patterns that mirrored the constellations above. They were known throughout the ancient world for their grace, their wisdom, and most especially for their beauty, which was said to rival that of Aphrodite herself. When storms raged upon the surface, they would calm the waves with their songs. When ships foundered in darkness, they would guide them safely to harbour with lights that glowed like captured starfire in their gentle hands. The Nereids were beloved by mortals and immortals alike, and they had grown accustomed to receiving praise for their divine loveliness. So when Cassiopeia's thoughtless words came floating down through the ocean depths like poisonous flowers, claiming that even these blessed daughters of the sea could not match her mortal beauty, the words settled into the hearts of the sea nymphs like thorns, pricking their pride and stirring their usually gentle spirits to indignation. Now, in the depths of sleep and story, imagine the great palace of Poseidon, built from living coral and decorated with pearls the size of mortal heads, where the god of the sea held court surrounded by creatures both wonderful and terrible. Poseidon himself was a figure of immense power, his beard flowing like sea foam, his eyes changing colour like the ocean itself, sometimes the gentle blue-green of shallow waters, sometimes the storm grey of tempestuous seas, and sometimes the deep dark blue of oceanic trenches where no sunlight had ever reached. The Nereids came before their lord with their complaint, their voices harmonizing like the sound of waves upon a shingle beach, telling him of the mortal queen who dared to claim superiority over the daughters of the sea. As they spoke, their words painted pictures in the water around them, showing Poseidon the image of Cassiopeia standing proudly upon her balcony, her beauty undeniable, but her words carrying the sting of hubris that the gods could never allow to go unpunished. Poseidon listened with the patience of deep ocean currents, but as the Nereid's tale continued, his mood began to shift like tide flowing from calm to storm. The god's temper was as vast and unpredictable as the sea itself, and while he might show mercy to those who honoured him and respected the natural order, he had little patience for mortals who forgot their place in the great hierarchy of existence. The very foundations of divine order depended upon mortals understanding their proper relationship to the gods, and when that order was disrupted by pride and boastful claims, the consequences rippled outward like waves from a dropped stone. Rising from his coral throne, Poseidon struck the floor of his palace with his great trident, and the sound echoed through every ocean, every sea, every river and stream throughout the world. In response to his summons, the depths began to stir, and from the deepest trenches of the sea came forth a creature of such terrible aspect that even the bravest Nereids turned away their faces. This was Cetus, the sea monster, a being of primordial chaos and hunger whose form defied easy description. Cetus was enormous beyond mortal comprehension, its body stretching longer than the greatest ships ever built by human hands. Sometimes it appeared as a vast whale with eyes like burning coals, sometimes as a serpent with scales that reflected no light, and sometimes as a creature with characteristics of both fish and beast, with massive jaws that could swallow entire vessels and tentacles that could crush stone as easily as flowers. Most terrifying of all was its hunger, not merely for food, but for destruction itself, as if it were an agent of the primordial chaos that existed before the gods brought order to the world. "Go," commanded Poseidon, his voice carrying the power of tsunamis, "and visit the kingdom of Ethiopia. Let them learn the price of mortal pride that dares to challenge divine beauty. Ravage their coastlands, destroy their ships, and devour all who venture near the water until they understand their error and make proper amends. As we follow Cetus on its terrible journey from the ocean depths to the surface world, let us breathe deeply and remember that even in the darkest parts of our story, we are moving toward resolution and peace. Like all myths, this tale must pass through shadows before it reaches the light, must acknowledge the storms before it can arrive at calm harbours. The sea monster's arrival at the shores of Ethiopia was heralded by signs that filled the kingdom with dread. The morning sky, usually a canvas of gentle blue and gold, turned the colour of old blood, while the sea itself began to boil and churn as if heated by fires from the earth's core. Ships that had sailed out with the dawn tide were found shattered upon the beaches, their timbers scattered like broken bones, with no sign of their crews except for the terrified whispers of the few survivors who spoke of seeing something vast and terrible rising from the depths. Day by day, the monster's appetite grew, and the destruction spread along the coastline like a plague. Fishing boats disappeared without trace. Trading vessels from other kingdoms turned back rather than risk entering Ethiopian waters. The sea, which had always been the source of the kingdom's prosperity, bringing them fish to eat and merchants to trade with, now became their enemy, harbouring a creature whose very presence turned the water black and whose roar could be heard echoing from the mountains to the desert. King Cepheus, gentle ruler though he was, found himself facing a crisis beyond any earthly solution. His armies were powerless against a creature of the sea, his wealth meaningless in the face of divine wrath, his wisdom insufficient to understand how his peaceful kingdom had attracted such terrible punishment. Night after night he stood upon the walls of his palace, watching the distant horizon where strange lights danced above the water, the phosphorescent glow that surrounded Cetus as it moved through the depths like a living storm. It was Queen Cassiopeia who first understood the connection between the monster's arrival and her own boastful words, though the realization came to her slowly, like dawn breaking through layers of morning mist. In dreams, she began to see the faces of the Nereids, their eyes filled with sorrowful reproach, and she heard again her own voice carried on the wind, claiming beauty greater than that of the sea's daughters. The knowledge of her responsibility for her kingdom's suffering filled her with a grief deeper than the ocean trenches, and she wept tears that seemed to fall like rain throughout the palace. As for Princess Andromeda, she watched the growing crisis with the intuitive understanding that sometimes comes to those whose hearts are pure and whose minds are clear. Standing in her tower room, gazing out over the transformed seascape, where her beloved stars reflected not in peaceful waters, but in a surface that roiled with supernatural turbulence, she sensed that the threads of her destiny were beginning to weave together in ways she could not yet fully comprehend, but which filled her with both fear and a strange sense of anticipation, as if the universe itself were preparing her for a role in a story larger than any earthly kingdom. The stage was set, the players were in position, and the ancient machinery of myth and divine justice had begun to turn, carrying our gentle princess toward a confrontation with forces beyond mortal understanding, but also toward a transformation that would lift her beyond the boundaries of earthly existence and place, her forever among the eternal stories written in starlight across the vast canvas of the night sky. In the gentle rhythm of your breathing, feel yourself drifting deeper into this ancient world where starlight and story interweave like silver threads in a cosmic tapestry. As the sea monster's terror continued to ravage the kingdom of Ethiopia, turning the once peaceful shores into a realm of fear and desolation, King Cepheus knew that mortal solutions would not suffice for divine problems. The weight of his crown had never felt heavier as he made the decision that breaks the heart of every loving parent, to seek answers from the gods themselves, even if those answers demanded the ultimate sacrifice. In the sacred precinct of the palace, where columns of white marble reached toward the star-filled sky like fingers of prayer, Cepheus consulted the oracle of Apollo, that ancient source of divine wisdom, whose words carried the authority of the sun god himself. The oracle's chamber was a place where earthly time seemed suspended, where the fragrance of sacred herbs mingled with the whisper of divine breath, and where mortals might glimpse, however briefly, the vast patterns that governed fate and destiny. The oracle's response came in words that seemed to echo from the depths of eternity itself, each syllable carrying the weight of cosmic law. The pride of the queen has awakened the wrath of the sea, and only a sacrifice of perfect innocence can appease the anger of Poseidon. The princess Andromeda must be offered to the monster, chained to the rocks where sea meets sky, so that her beauty, the innocent beauty that carries no pride, no boast, no claim of superiority over divine creation, might balance the scales of justice that have been disturbed. When these words reached the royal family, the palace fell into a silence deeper than the ocean depths. Cepheus felt his heart crack like stone struck by lightning, while Cassiopeia's grief poured out like a river overflowing its banks, washing away the last traces of the pride that had brought such catastrophe upon their kingdom. But most remarkable of all was the response of Princess Andromeda herself, who received the oracle's pronouncement with a calm that seemed to flow from some source deeper than fear, deeper even than sorrow. Standing in her tower room beneath the star-scattered sky she had loved since childhood, Andromeda understood with sudden clarity that this moment had been written in the constellations long before her birth. She had sensed it in the way certain stars seemed to call to her, in the way the ancient stories spoke to her heart with peculiar resonance, in the dreams that had visited her sleep, with images of transformation and transcendence she had never fully understood until now. "If my life can purchase peace for our kingdom," she told her weeping parents, her voice steady as starlight, "then let it be so. But I ask only this, that I might spend one final night beneath my beloved stars, reading the stories written in their light, so that I may carry their comfort with me into whatever realm awaits beyond this world." That night, the last night Andromeda would spend as a simple mortal princess, was one of strange and ethereal beauty, as if the universe itself were offering comfort to the brave young woman who was about to become part of its eternal story. The stars shone with unusual brilliance, their light seeming to reach down like gentle hands to caress her face. The moon, nearly full, painted everything in silver, transforming the palace gardens into a landscape that seemed borrowed from dreams. Andromeda spent these precious hours in quiet contemplation, walking through gardens where night-blooming flowers released their sweetest perfumes into air that felt charged with possibility. She bid farewell to every beloved place, the fountain where she had played as a child, the library where she had discovered the joy of stories, the balcony where she had first learned to read the star maps that would soon claim her as their own. When dawn came, painted in shades of rose and gold that seemed too beautiful for such a sorrowful occasion, the procession began its journey to the rocky promontory that jutted into the sea like a stone finger pointing toward the horizon. The people of the kingdom lined the route, many weeping openly for their beloved princess, but all understanding that her sacrifice might be their salvation. The rocks chosen for the ceremony were ancient formations of dark stone, polished smooth by countless years of wind and wave, positioned where the deepest part of the sea came close to shore. Here, where the ocean floor dropped away into abyssal depths, where Cetus made its lair, Andromeda was chained with bonds of bronze that gleamed dully in the morning light, her white robes flowing around her like captured sea foam. As she stood upon that windswept promontory, facing the vast expanse of ocean that stretched to the horizon, Andromeda felt a strange transformation beginning within her. The fear that any mortal might feel in such circumstances was present, but it was joined by something else, a sense of connection to forces much larger than her individual existence, an awareness that she was becoming part of a story that would be told when her kingdom was dust, when her parents' names were forgotten by mortals, when the very continents had shifted their positions under the patient influence of geological time. The hours passed with the slow majesty of ocean tides, and as the sun climbed toward its zenith, the sea began to show signs of the monster's approach. The water near the rocks grew dark and turbulent, and from the depths came sounds that seemed to resonate in the bones themselves. Not quite roars, not quite songs, but something that spoke of primordial hunger and alien intelligence. Then, in the distance, appeared a sight that seemed to transform the entire nature of the story. A figure approaching through the sky, riding upon wings that caught and reflected the sunlight like polished bronze. This was Perseus, the hero whose own adventures had already become the stuff of legend, returning from his encounter with the Gorgon Medusa, with powers and weapons that marked him as one chosen by the gods themselves. Perseus had been flying over the Mediterranean on his winged sandals, gifts from Hermes, when he glimpsed the scene below, a figure in white chained to the rocks with the sea growing ever more turbulent around her. His hero's heart, trained by many adventures to recognize moments when fate offered choices between action and inaction, between courage and safety, immediately understood that destiny had brought him to this place at this moment for purposes larger than coincidence. As he descended toward the rocky promontory, Perseus saw not only the chained princess, but also the full magnitude of the approaching threat. Cetus was rising from the depths, its massive form creating whirlpools and waterspouts, as it moved through the sea with the inexorable power of a force of nature itself. The creature's eyes, each one larger than a warrior's shield, glowed with a light that seemed to come from the deep places of the earth where fire and water meet in eternal conflict. But Perseus carried with him weapons suited for confronting the impossible. At his side hung the sword forged by Hephaestus himself, its blade holding an edge that could cut through any material known to gods or mortals. Upon his arm was the bronze shield, polished to perfect reflection, that had protected him during his encounter with Medusa. And most powerful of all, secured in a leather pouch that radiated cold like captured winter, was the head of the Gorgon itself, whose gaze could turn any living creature instantly to stone. The battle that followed was like nothing witnessed in the world before or since, a conflict between heroic determination and primal chaos, played out against the backdrop of sea and sky, with the chained princess as both prize and witness to a confrontation that would echo through the ages. Perseus fought with the skill and courage that had carried him through previous adventures, but also with something more, the extra strength that comes to heroes when they fight not for glory or treasure, but for the salvation of innocence itself. As we watch this cosmic drama unfold, let your breathing slow and deepen, knowing that every challenge in our story is moving us closer to resolution, every moment of tension bringing us nearer to the peace that awaits at the end of all myths, where heroes and princesses find their way at last to the eternal realm of stars, where their love becomes a light that guides travellers through the darkness of night, and where their story becomes a constellation that will shine forever in the vast, comforting darkness of space. Breathe deeply now, and let yourself drift into the most peaceful part of our journey, where conflict transforms into harmony, where earthly struggles resolve into celestial serenity, and where mortal love becomes eternal starlight scattered across the infinite canvas of night. The battle between Perseus and Cetus reached its climactic moment when the hero, with movements as graceful as they were decisive, drew forth the head of Medusa from its protective covering. Even in death, the Gorgon's power remained undiminished, and as Cetus rose from the waves with jaws opened wide enough to swallow ships, Perseus held the severed head so that the monster's own eyes met the deadly gaze that had ended so many lives before. In an instant that seemed to stretch like a held breath across eternity, the great sea creature began its final transformation, not into death, but into something far more wondrous and permanent. Stone spread across Cetus's massive form like morning frost covering a meadow, but this was stone that gleamed and sparkled with an inner light, as if the creature's vital force were being transmuted rather than extinguished. The monster's body crystallized into something resembling a vast sculpture of living marble. Its fierce expression softened into something almost peaceful, and then, in a miracle that made the very air shimmer with possibility, the petrified form began to dissolve into points of light that rose like glowing snow toward the star-filled sky. These lights, each one carrying a fragment of the monster's essence transformed by divine justice into something beautiful and harmless, drifted upward until they found their appointed places in the southern sky, where they formed the constellation we now call Cetus, the sea monster. No longer a creature of terror and destruction, Cetus became a guardian of the night sky, its stellar form serving as a reminder that even chaos and fear, when touched by heroic courage and divine wisdom, can be transformed into sources of wonder and guidance. With the monster's defeat, the bronze chains that had held Princess Andromeda fell away of their own accord, clattering onto the rocks like discarded jewellery. Perseus caught her in his arms as she swayed with relief and exhaustion, and in that moment of contact, both hero and princess felt the touch of destiny that would bind their stories together for all eternity. Their love, born in that instant when courage met innocence and heroism embraced virtue, was of the kind that poets struggle to describe and lovers dream of finding. A love that seemed to contain within itself all the beauty of sunrise over calm waters, all the mystery of starlight reflected in still pools, all the promise of spring returning after winter's deepest cold. It was a love that the gods themselves looked upon with approval, recognizing in it the perfect harmony that they had always intended to exist between mortal hearts worthy of divine blessing. The wedding celebration that followed transformed the kingdom of Ethiopia into a realm of joy that seemed to echo from earth to sky. The people, delivered from the terror that had plagued their shores, welcomed Perseus not just as the saviour of their princess, but as a hero worthy to join their royal family. King Cepheus, his gentle heart overflowing with gratitude, blessed the union with words that carried the weight of prophecy. May your love be as constant as the stars, as enduring as the constellations, and as bright as the pathway of light that spans the heavens. Queen Cassiopeia, humbled by the consequences of her pride, but elevated by witnessing the courage of her daughter and the nobility of her daughter's chosen hero, added her own blessing. May you find in each other the completion that every soul seeks, and may your story become a light that guides others through their darkest hours toward hope and joy. But even as the earthly celebration reached its height, with music that seemed to make the very stars dance in their courses, the gods were preparing an honour greater than any mortal kingdom could bestow. The time had come for this story of love and courage, of sacrifice and transformation, to take its place among the eternal narratives written across the night sky. Athena, goddess of wisdom and patron of heroes, was the first to speak in the celestial council. These mortals have shown that earthly love can embody heavenly virtues. Let them be raised above the realm where time brings change and loss, where age dims beauty and death separates lovers. Let them find their eternal home among the stars. Zeus himself, king of gods and arbiter of fate, nodded his approval, and with a gesture of his mighty hand, he began the transformation that would lift Perseus, Andromeda, and all the others touched by their story into the realm of perpetual light. One by one, the participants in this cosmic drama felt themselves becoming lighter, more luminous, as if their essential selves were being distilled into pure radiance. Andromeda was the first to complete her transformation, her gentle spirit becoming a constellation of such serene beauty that sailors would navigate by her light for thousands of years to come. In the northern sky, she took her place as a pattern of stars that suggests the figure of a woman with arms outstretched, no longer chained to earthly rocks, but free to dance eternally among the celestial spheres. Her constellation lies close to the pole, ensuring that she never sets below the horizon for those in northern lands, a constant presence offering comfort to those who look up at the night sky, seeking reassurance that love and courage ultimately triumph over fear and chaos. Perseus followed her into starlight, his constellation placed near hers so that the divine lovers would never be separated by the vast distances that divide star from star. His stellar pattern carries the memory of his heroic deeds, one bright star marking the head that held such courage, others tracing the arm that wielded the divine sword, and the whole arrangement positioned so that he appears to be eternally approaching his beloved, their cosmic dance a perpetual courtship played out on the stage of infinity. Cassiopeia too found her place among the stars, though hers carried a gentle reminder of the pride that had started their story's chain of events. Her constellation forms a distinctive W shape in the northern sky, positioned so that she appears to be seated in a chair that sometimes tips upside down as it circles the celestial pole, a cosmic lesson in humility that she accepted with grace, understanding that even divine punishment could become a form of beauty when viewed from the proper perspective. King Cepheus joined his family in the stellar realm, his constellation a pentagon of stars that suggests a royal crown positioned near his wife and daughter so that the celestial family remains united through all the turning of the cosmic seasons. And nearby, Pegasus, the winged horse that had aided Perseus in his adventures, spreads his stellar wings across a large portion of the autumn sky, a reminder that heroic journeys require both earthly courage and divine assistance. As we reach the end of our journey through this ancient story, let yourself sink deeper into the peaceful knowledge that love, courage, and virtue are never truly lost, but are transformed into sources of light that guide others through their own dark moments. Every clear night, when you look up at the star-scattered sky, you can see the constellation of Andromeda stretching across the northern heavens, her stellar form a reminder that innocence protected by courage becomes eternal beauty, that earthly struggles can be transformed into celestial serenity, and that the stories we tell and retell under the stars carry within them the power to lift our spirits from the realm of temporary troubles into the space of timeless wonder. Sleep now, knowing that above your dreams, the constellation of Andromeda keeps its gentle watch, surrounded by the stellar forms of Perseus, Cassiopeia, Cepheus, and all the other characters in this cosmic tale of transformation. Their light, travelling across the vast distances of space to reach your eyes, carries with it the message that every story of courage and love becomes part of the eternal story written in starlight across the infinite book of night, where every ending is also a beginning, every farewell a promise of reunion, and every night sky an invitation to remember that we are all part of something magnificent, mysterious, and ultimately beautifully peaceful. Have you ever looked up at the night sky and noticed the 3 bright stars in a perfect row? For thousands of years, people have known them as Orion's belt, the heart of one of the most famous constellations in the heavens. Tonight, we'll drift into both the myth of Orion the Hunter and the science of the stars that carry his story across the sky. In the time when gods walked among mortals, and the boundary between earth and sky was but a whisper, there lived a hunter whose fame echoed across all the lands of ancient Greece. Orion was his name, and he stood taller than any man had ever stood, a giant among mortals, with shoulders broad as mountain peaks, and a voice that could carry across valleys like thunder rolling through summer storms. Born to Poseidon, god of the seas, Orion possessed strength that flowed through his veins like ocean currents. His father's gift allowed him to walk upon water as easily as solid ground, striding across lakes and rivers in pursuit of his quarry. But it was not from his divine heritage alone that Orion drew his power. It was from an unquenchable pride that burned within him like a forge fire. driving him to proclaim himself the greatest hunter who had ever lived. The forest knew his footfall, and the mountains trembled at his approach. No beast could outrun him. No creature could hide from his keen eye. His bow, crafted from the horn of a great bull, never missed its mark. His arrows, fletched with eagle feathers and tipped with bronze, forged in celestial flames, could pierce the hide of any animal that drew breath. The lions of Nemea fled before him, and even the great boars of Calydon would not stand against his approach. Word of Orion's prowess reached the ears of Artemis, the silver-bright goddess of the hunt, she who ran with the deer and commanded the loyalty of bears. Her realm was the wild places, the moonlit groves and the shadowed valleys where mortal feet rarely tread. When she first encountered Orion, it was on the slopes of Mount Cithaeron, where he had tracked a white stag that had eluded hunters for generations. The goddess watched from behind ancient oaks as Orion moved through the forest, with a grace that seemed impossible for one so large. His steps were silent as falling snow, his movements fluid as water finding its course. When he drew his bow, Artemis felt something stir within her immortal heart, a recognition perhaps, or the first stirring of what mortals call affection. For a time, they hunted together, goddess and giant, their partnership written in the stars themselves. Artemis had sworn eternal maidenhood, dedicating herself wholly to the chase and the wild places of the world. Yet in Orion's company, she found a kinship she had never known. They would race across mountainsides, their laughter echoing like temple bells. They would compete to see who could bring down the swiftest deer or track the most elusive bear. In these moments, Artemis felt the weight of her divine isolation lift like morning mist. But Orion's pride grew with each successful hunt, swelling like a river in flood season. One evening, as they rested beside a clear stream, he made a boast that would echo through eternity. "There is no creature on earth or beneath it that I cannot hunt down and kill," he declared, his voice carrying across the water like a challenge to the very cosmos. "Every beast that breathes shall fall before my arrows. I will empty the forests and silence the roars of lions. I will hunt until not a single wild thing remains upon the earth." The words hung in the air like incense, heavy and ominous. Even as he spoke them, the earth itself seemed to shudder. For Gaia, the great Mother Earth, heard every word, she who had given birth to all the beasts and birds, who nurtured every creature that drew breath from her bounty. In her ancient wisdom, she recognized the threat that Orion's pride posed to the delicate balance of all life. Some say it was Apollo, brother to Artemis and god of prophecy, who first moved against Orion. The golden god had watched his sister's growing attachment to the giant with unease. Apollo understood the danger that love posed to Artemis's sacred vows, and perhaps jealousy burned in his immortal heart. One version of the tale tells how Apollo tricked his sister, pointing to a distant object bobbing in the sea and challenging her to strike it with her silver bow. Artemis, ever eager to display her unmatched archery, drew back her string and let her arrow fly true. Only when she swam out to retrieve her quarry did she discover that the target had been Orion's head, barely visible above the waves as he waded in the distant shallows. But other voices whispered different truths. Some say that Orion's fate came not from divine trickery, but from the Earth's own defence. Gaia, ancient and wise, sent forth a monstrous scorpion from the deepest places of the world, a creature of such size and venom that even gods would flee its approach. Its carapace was black as the void between stars. Its sting carried death swifter than the wind. The scorpion hunted Orion across the known world, pursuing him from the olive groves of Attica to the wine-dark shores of distant islands. There are those who tell that Orion, in his final moments, called upon his father Poseidon for aid. The sea god answered, shrouding his sun in a darkness so complete that even the scorpion could not find him. But darkness that protects can also blind, and in his sightless wandering, Orion walked unknowing toward the eastern edge of the world, where dawn would rise in robes of saffron and gold. Here the stories diverge like mountain streams. Some say he met the Pleiades, the 7 daughters of Atlas, dancing in their immortal beauty beneath the stars. Struck by their grace, Orion pursued them across the heavens, his giant strides covering leagues with each step. The sisters fled like startled deer, their fear transforming them into doves that soared beyond his reach. Others tell that Orion's blindness was healed when he carried the young Sedalian upon his shoulders, the small man serving as eyes to guide the giant toward the healing light of dawn. Yet in all versions the end comes with sorrow, whether by Scorpion's sting, by Artemis's reluctant arrow, or by the simple weight of mortal time, Orion fell. As his life flowed out like wine spilled upon the earth, Artemis wept tears of silver light. Her grief moved even Zeus, the king of gods, who looked upon the fallen hunter with eyes that had seen the rise and fall of heroes. "Let him hunt forever," the goddess pleaded, her voice breaking like waves upon stone. "Let him pursue his quarry across the starfields of night, where no living thing can come to harm." And so Zeus took up Orion's form and cast it high into the wheeling vault of heaven. There, outlined in stars like jewels scattered on dark velvet, the hunter took his place among the constellations. His belt gleamed with 3 bright stars in perfect alignment. His sword hung ready at his side, and his great bow remained forever drawn, aimed at creatures that danced just beyond his reach. The scorpion, too, was placed among the stars, pursuing Orion still across the celestial sphere. When Scorpius rises in the summer sky, Orion sets in the west, the eternal chase continuing in the vast theatre of night. The Pleiades cluster near his shoulder, forever fleeing his approach, their blue-white light flickering like tears of joy and sorrow mingled together. Thus ended the tale of Orion the hunter, whose pride lifted him to the heavens, and whose story became written in light across the darkness. From that day forward, when winter nights grow long and cold winds blow across the earth, mortals have looked up to see the giant striding across the southern sky, his star-bright form a reminder of both the glory and the folly that dwell within the human heart. When darkness falls and the last light of sunset fades to memory, the eastern horizon begins to whisper, promises of ancient stories written in light. First comes a subtle brightening, a gentle emergence that speaks of something vast and magnificent, preparing to show itself to the waiting world. This is how Orion announces his arrival, not with fanfare, but with the quiet dignity of a legend taking his place upon the cosmic stage. Rising slowly, majestically like a great king ascending his throne, the constellation reveals itself star by star to those who watch with patient eyes. The first to appear are often the bright sentinels of his form, Betelgeuse, the ruby beacon that marks his shoulder, and Rigel, the sapphire torch that burns at his foot. These 2 great stars serve as cosmic lighthouses, their radiance spanning hundreds of light years, yet reaching across the void to paint the night with colours that speak of stellar furnaces beyond imagination. But it is the belt that truly announces Orion's presence. 3 stars arranged in such perfect alignment that even the most casual observer cannot fail to notice their celestial choreography. Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka stand like pillars supporting the very architecture of night, their names flowing from ancient Arabic tongues like prayers whispered to the darkness. These 3 stars, though appearing as mere points of light to earthbound eyes, are giants among giants, each one a massive sun that could swallow our own star whole. Alnitak, the easternmost star of the belt, burns with the fierce blue-white fire of stellar youth. Its name means the girdle. and it serves as the cosmic buckle that holds the hunter's celestial garb in place. This star is not alone in its journey through space. It dances with a companion, the two suns locked in an eternal waltz that spans eons, their gravitational embrace creating a binary system of breathtaking complexity. In the centre stands Alnilam, the pearl necklace, whose light travels across 2,000 light-years of space to reach our waiting eyes. Of the three belt stars, Alnilam burns the hottest and brightest. A supergiant whose core forges elements in nuclear furnaces that dwarf anything earthbound minds can comprehend. Its surface temperature reaches 25,000 degrees Celsius, making our sun seem almost cool by comparison, and its light output exceeds that of our own star by nearly 400,000 times. Mintaka, the westernmost star, completes the trinity with its own spectacular display of cosmic power. Its name means the belt, and it serves as the hunter's western boundary, a stellar landmark that has guided travellers and dreamers for millennia. Like its companions, Mintaka is actually a complex system of multiple stars, their dance invisible to the naked eye, but revealed through the patient observations of astronomers who listen to the gravitational music of the spheres. Together, these three stars create what is perhaps the most recognisable asterism in all the heavens. Their alignment speaks to something deep within human consciousness, perhaps an echo of our ancient need to find pattern and meaning in the vast randomness of existence. When we look upon Orion's belt, we see not just 3 points of light, but a bridge spanning the cosmic gulf, a reminder that even in the infinite darkness, order and beauty can emerge. North of the belt, marking the hunter's mighty shoulder, burns Betelgeuse, a name that rolls off the tongue like an incantation from distant lands. Derived from the Arabic Yad al-Jawza, meaning hand of Orion, this star represents one of the most magnificent objects visible to the naked eye. Betelgeuse is a red supergiant, a stellar titan in the final chapters of its cosmic story. If placed at the centre of our solar system, this enormous star would engulf the orbits of Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars, its surface extending nearly to the asteroid belt. The star pulses with a rhythm all its own, varying in brightness over cycles that span years and decades. Sometimes it blazes forth as the 9th brightest star in Earth's sky. At other times it dims to a more modest glow, as if the cosmic giant were catching its breath. This variability speaks to the tremendous forces at work within Betelgeuse's core, where nuclear fusion creates elements heavier than iron, the stellar alchemy that will one day explode outward in a supernova that could be visible during daylight hours on Earth. The colour of Betelgeuse tells its own story, a deep, rich red that speaks of a cooler surface temperature and an evolved stellar atmosphere. This crimson glow stands in stark contrast to the blue-white fire of the belt stars, creating a cosmic palette that artists have tried to capture for centuries. When Betelgeuse finally reaches the end of its stellar lifetime, it will explode with the force of billions of suns, briefly outshining every other star in Orion and scattering the heavy elements forged in its core across the galaxy. At the hunter's opposite extremity, marking his foot or knee depending on the cultural interpretation, burns Rigel, a star whose name derives from the Arabic Rijal Jawza al-Yusra, meaning left foot of the Great One. Despite appearing somewhat dimmer than Betelgeuse to earthbound observers, Rigel is actually the more luminous of the two, its light travelling across 860 light-years to reach our eyes. This star burns with the brilliant blue-white radiance of stellar youth, its surface temperature reaching 12,000 degrees Celsius. Rigel is what astronomers call a blue supergiant, a star so massive and energetic that it consumes its nuclear fuel at a prodigious rate. While our sun will burn steadily for billions of years, stars like Rigel live fast and die young, exhausting their stellar fuel in mere millions of years. Yet in their brief cosmic lifespans, they outshine their smaller cousins by factors of tens of thousands, their radiance visible across vast distances. As the night deepens and eyes adjust to the darkness, the full majesty of Orion emerges. Between the belt and Betelgeuse hangs the hunter's sword, a delicate chain of stars that contains one of the most spectacular sights in all the heavens, the Orion Nebula, a stellar nursery where new suns are being born from clouds of gas and dust. Even without telescopic aid, keen eyes can detect the nebula's fuzzy glow, a hint of the cosmic fires burning within. The constellation's other stars contribute their own notes to the celestial symphony. Bellatrix, the Amazon star, marks Orion's other shoulder with its blue-white radiance. Scythe anchors his other foot, while Mesa crowns his head like a stellar diadem. Each star has its own story, its own journey through the cosmos, yet together they create the illusion of a giant striding eternally across the southern sky. As the Earth turns on its axis, Orion appears to wheel slowly across the heavens, rising in the east and setting in the west in the ancient dance of apparent motion. In winter months, the constellation dominates the southern sky, its stars burning like celestial beacons in the clear, cold air. The hunter appears to walk upright across the star fields, his form immediately recognizable even to those who know little of astronomy. Throughout the long winter nights, Orion maintains his vigil, his starlight streaming across the cosmic void to illuminate the dreams of earthbound watchers. As spring approaches, he begins his gradual departure, setting earlier each evening until the sun's return relegates him to the daylight sky. But this absence is temporary. Each autumn brings his triumphant return, rising again in the east like an old friend returning home after a long journey. The constellation's apparent motion speaks to the deeper rhythms of our cosmic home. The Earth's orbital dance around the sun, the slow precession of our planet's axis, the vast cycles that govern the appearance and disappearance of stars. In Orion's yearly journey across our sky, we glimpse the clockwork of the universe, the gentle but inexorable turning of celestial gears that measure time on scales both human and cosmic. When we gaze upon Orion's stars, we look not just at points of light, but at titanic suns blazing across the galaxy, each one a nuclear furnace that has burned for millions of years and will continue burning for millions more. Their light, travelling at 186,000 miles per second, carries messages from a cosmic past, photons that began their journey when mammoths walked the Earth, and early humans first looked up at the stars with wonder. Beneath the star-scattered dome of night, countless generations have lifted their eyes to see the same stellar patterns that grace our modern sky. Yet the stories they told, the meanings they found, and the gods they glimpsed among those distant suns varied as richly as the cultures that gave them birth. Orion, though we know him by his Greek name, has walked through the mythologies of the world wearing many faces, each one reflecting the unique wisdom and imagination of the peoples who claimed him as their own. In the land of the pharaohs, where the Nile's life-giving waters flowed past monuments that would outlast empires, the ancient Egyptians looked upon these same stars and saw not a hunter, but their most beloved god. To them, the constellation we call Orion was Sahu, the celestial form of Osiris, lord of the underworld and judge of the dead. In their sacred texts and tomb paintings, Osiris appears with arms raised, his star form striding across the southern sky in eternal majesty. The connection ran deeper than mere appearance. The Egyptians believed that when the constellation appeared low on the eastern horizon before dawn, it announced the annual flooding of the Nile, that miraculous event that brought fertility to the desert kingdom and enabled civilization to flourish in an otherwise barren land. Osiris, as the god of rebirth and renewal, became intimately connected with this life-giving cycle. Just as the god had died and been resurrected, so too did the constellation appear to die when the sun obscured it, only to be reborn months later in the pre-dawn sky. In the Great Pyramid complexes of Giza, archaeologists have discovered that the narrow shafts extending from the burial chambers were carefully aligned to point towards specific stars. One of these shafts in the Great Pyramid aims directly at where Orion's belt would have appeared in the sky when the monument was constructed over 4,000 years ago. The pharaoh's soul, they believed, would travel along this stellar pathway to join Osiris in the cosmic afterlife, becoming one with the eternal stars. The pyramid texts, among humanity's oldest religious writings, speak of the dead king becoming an Orion, taking his place among the imperishable stars. The king is a star, they proclaim, brilliant and apart. In this way, earthly death became not an ending but a transformation, a journey from the temporal realm to the eternal dance of the celestial sphere. Far to the northeast, in the cradle of civilization between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, the Babylonians and their Sumerian predecessors gazed upon the same stellar pattern and saw their greatest hero. To them, Orion was Gilgamesh, the legendary king of Uruk, whose epic adventures have echoed through literature for over 4 millennia. The constellation's prominent position in the winter sky made it a natural choice to represent the mightiest of mortal heroes, the one who sought immortality among the gods themselves. In Babylonian star catalogues, carved in cuneiform script on clay tablets that have survived the rise and fall of empires, Orion is called the faithful shepherd of heaven, or simply the true shepherd. The title reflects not only the constellation's role in marking the seasons, but also its position as a guide for other star patterns that seem to follow in its wake across the night sky. Gilgamesh, like Orion, was a figure of immense strength and tragic pride, and the Babylonians saw in the constellation's yearly cycle a reflection of their hero's eternal journey. The 3 stars of the belt held special significance in Mesopotamian astronomy. They were sometimes called the staff or the rod, celestial symbols of divine authority and kingship. In some interpretations, they represented the god Marduk's fishing net, cast across the heavens to capture the forces of chaos and maintain cosmic order. This image speaks to the fundamental human need to find meaning in the apparent randomness of the star field, to see tools and weapons and symbols of power written across the darkness. Yet it is perhaps among the indigenous peoples of the world that Orion's stories reach their most diverse and beautiful expressions. In the vast expanses of North America, dozens of Native American tribes developed their own relationships with this prominent constellation, each one reflecting their unique cultural perspectives and connections to the natural world. The Lakota people saw in Orion a great hand reaching across the sky, its star-bright fingers stretched in an eternal grasp. To them, the constellation was associated with stories of heroes and spirits, figures who had earned their place among the stars through acts of courage and wisdom. The hand in the sky served as a reminder of the connection between the earthly and celestial realms, a bridge between the world of the living and the sacred space of the ancestors. Among the Ojibwe, the stars of Orion became part of a grand cosmic narrative involving the eternal pursuit of a great bear. In their telling, the constellation we know as the Big Dipper represents a massive bear being hunted by brave warriors, while Orion and its neighbouring stars mark the hunters and their weapons. This story changes with the seasons. When the Big Dipper appears to fall toward the horizon in autumn, the Ojibwe say the bear has been wounded, and its blood colours the leaves of the forest red and gold. In the pueblos of the American Southwest, Hopi astronomers incorporated Orion into their complex calendar systems and agricultural cycles. The constellation's appearance and position helped determine the proper times for planting, ceremony and harvest. To the Hopi, the stars were not distant objects but active participants in the cycles of earthly life, their movements intimately connected to the rhythms of corn and rain and the changing seasons. The Maasai of East Africa tell of a figure they call Killiken, 3 warriors who were once mortal men but were elevated to the sky for their bravery and skill. The 3 stars of the belt represent these warriors, forever standing guard over the cattle that graze across the celestial plains. In Maasai culture, where cattle represent wealth and status, the idea of heavenly herds watched over by star-bright guardians speaks to the deep integration of earthly concerns with cosmic meaning. Across the Pacific, in the islands of Polynesia, master navigators used Orion as one of their key stellar compasses during epic ocean voyages. The constellation, known by various names across the island cultures, served as a reliable guide for seafarers travelling thousands of miles across open ocean in outrigger canoes. The Hawaiians called it Kahoku Kea, the White Star, and incorporated it into navigation chants passed down through generations of voyaging families. The Aboriginal Australians, whose astronomical traditions stretch back over 65,000 years, developed some of the world's most sophisticated indigenous astronomy around the southern sky. Different tribal groups across the continent saw various figures in Orion stars, sometimes celestial hunters, sometimes the tools of sky beings, sometimes the campfires of ancestor spirits. The Wardaman people of the Northern Territory tell of a great emu named Nganyanuru, whose dark silhouette is outlined by the spaces between bright stars, including those of Orion. In the high mountains of the Andes, the Inca civilization developed a complex understanding of both bright stars and the dark spaces between them. They called these dark patches Yakana, celestial animals that could be seen grazing across the star fields of the Milky Way. Orion played a role in this cosmic menagerie, sometimes seen as a partridge or other bird, its position helping to mark the agricultural seasons in the challenging environment of high-altitude farming. What emerges from this global tapestry of stories is not chaos, but a remarkable unity of human experience. Across cultures separated by vast distances and thousands of years, people consistently saw in Orion a figure of power and significance, a hunter, a hero, a god, a guardian. The constellation's distinctive pattern and prominent position in the sky made it a natural choice for important mythological roles, but the specific stories reveal deep truths about human nature and our relationship with the cosmos. These ancient interpretations remind us that astronomy and mythology were never separate endeavours. The stars were not merely objects of scientific curiosity, but active participants in the human story, sources of guidance, meaning, and wonder. When we look up at Orion today, we join an unbroken chain of stargazers that stretches back to the very beginning of human consciousness, each generation adding its voice to the eternal conversation between earth and sky. The persistence of Orion across cultures also speaks to something fundamental about pattern recognition and meaning-making in human cognition. Our species seems drawn to find significance in arrangements of light and shadow, to create narratives that connect the cosmic with the personal, the eternal with the everyday. In every telling, whether Egyptian or Babylonian, Native American or Aboriginal, the stars become more than distant suns. They become characters in the grand story of existence itself. As we trace these stories across continents and centuries, we glimpse the profound human need to locate ourselves within a larger cosmic context, to find our place not just on Earth, but within the vast theatre of the universe. The ancient skywatchers who first named these patterns and wove them into story understood something that modern light-polluted skies sometimes obscure, that we are not separate from the cosmos but intimately connected to it, our own stories written in the same light that streams from distant stars. In the space where ancient stories meet modern understanding, where myth touches the edge of scientific discovery, we find ourselves standing at the threshold of two ways of knowing, both equally human, both reaching toward the same fundamental questions about our place in the vast cosmos. When we turn our most sophisticated instruments toward the stars that once served as gods and heroes in humanity's oldest tales, we discover that the universe itself is far stranger and more wonderful than even our most imaginative ancestors dared to dream. The region of sky that holds Orion's familiar pattern reveals itself, through the patient eye of the telescope and the sensitive sensors of spaceborne observatories, to be one of the most active and dynamic neighbourhoods in our local galaxy. Here, in the sword that hangs from the hunter's belt, lies one of nature's most magnificent creations, the Orion Nebula, designated by astronomers as Messier 42, a stellar nursery where new suns are being born from the primordial matter of space itself. To the naked eye, this nebula appears as nothing more than a fuzzy patch of light, easily overlooked by casual stargazers. But through even modest telescopes, it transforms into something approaching the divine. Vast clouds of gas and dust painted in shades of red and green and blue, illuminated by the fierce radiation of newborn stars that burn with the white-hot intensity of cosmic creation. The nebula spans roughly 24 light-years, a distance so vast that light, travelling at 186,000 miles per second, requires nearly a quarter century to cross from one side to the other. Within this cosmic womb, gravity works its ancient magic, pulling together wisps of hydrogen and helium, the primordial elements forged in the first moments after the Big Bang. As these clouds collapse under their own weight, they heat and compress until nuclear fusion ignites in their cores, transforming them from dark, cold matter into blazing suns. The process is neither quick nor gentle. Stellar birth is a violent affair of shock waves and stellar winds, of material blasted across interstellar space at velocities that dwarf anything earthbound experience can comprehend. The trapezium, a tight cluster of 4 bright stars at the nebula's heart, serves as the cosmic engine driving this spectacular display. These stars, each many times more massive than our own sun, were born just a few million years ago, yesterday by astronomical standards. Their intense ultraviolet radiation ionizes the surrounding gas, causing it to glow with the ethereal colours that have captivated astronomers and artists alike. The red glow comes from hydrogen, the most abundant element in the universe, while oxygen contributes green and blue hues that create the nebula's otherworldly palette. But the Orion Nebula is only the visible portion of a vast molecular cloud complex that spans much of the constellation. This Orion molecular cloud, invisible to optical telescopes but revealed by radio and infrared observations, contains enough material to form thousands of stars like our Sun. It represents one of the nearest and most active star-forming regions to Earth, a cosmic laboratory where we can study the processes that gave birth to our own solar system over 4.5 billion years ago. The stars themselves that form Orion's familiar pattern tell equally remarkable stories when examined through the lens of modern astrophysics. Betelgeuse, the red supergiant that marks the hunter's shoulder, exists in a state of barely controlled chaos. This stellar giant has exhausted the hydrogen fuel in its core and has begun the complex process of burning heavier elements: helium, carbon, oxygen, silicon, in nested shells that surround a core of iron. Iron cannot undergo fusion to release energy, so when the core reaches this final stage, the star faces an inevitable catastrophe. When Betelgeuse finally exhausts its nuclear fuel, an event that could happen tomorrow or in the next 100,000 years, it will collapse in less than a second, then explode outward in a supernova that will briefly shine with the luminosity of an entire galaxy. The explosion will be visible during daylight hours on Earth, creating a new star that could persist for months before fading back to invisibility. The heavy elements forged in Betelgeuse's core and scattered by the explosion will enrich the interstellar medium, providing the raw materials for future generations of stars and planets. This process of stellar death and rebirth reveals one of the most profound connections between ancient myth and modern science. The stories that spoke of gods dying and being reborn, of hunters transformed into eternal stars, unknowingly describe the actual cosmic cycle that governs stellar evolution. Every atom in our bodies, save for hydrogen and helium, was forged in the nuclear furnaces of ancient stars and scattered across space by stellar explosions. We are quite literally made of star stuff, calcium in our bones, the iron in our blood, the oxygen we breathe, all trace their origins to stellar cores that burned out billions of years ago. Rigel, burning at the Hunter's Foot, represents a different stage in the stellar life cycle. This blue supergiant is currently in the prime of its existence, fusing hydrogen into helium in its core with tremendous efficiency. Yet its very brilliance, roughly 120,000 times the luminosity of our Sun, means it consumes its fuel at a prodigious rate. While our Sun will burn steadily for roughly 10 billion years, Rigel will exhaust its nuclear fuel in just 10 million years, living fast and dying young in a spectacular supernova explosion. The 3 stars of Orion's belt, so perfectly aligned from our earthbound perspective, reveal the illusion of the constellation when examined in 3 dimensions. Mintaka lies approximately 915 light-years from Earth, while Alnilam is about 2,000 light-years distant, and Alnitak roughly 800 light-years away. They appear aligned only from our specific vantage point in the galaxy. Beings observing from other star systems would see completely different patterns among these same stars. This revelation speaks to something profound about human perception and meaning-making. The constellations that have guided navigation, inspired poetry, and structured mythologies for millennia exist not in objective reality, but in the unique perspective of observers on Earth. They are collaborative creations between cosmos and consciousness, patterns that emerge from the intersection of stellar positions and human imagination. Modern astronomy also reveals that the stars of Orion, like all stars, are in constant motion through space. Over tens of thousands of years, their proper motions, the gradual changes in their positions relative to distant background objects, will slowly distort the familiar pattern of the Hunter. Future stargazers, if any exist, will see a gradually transforming constellation, its shape evolving like a slow-motion dance across the cosmic stage. The Hubble Space Telescope and other advanced instruments have revealed that the Orion region is far more complex and active than ground-based observation suggested. Stellar jets stream away from newborn protostars at hundreds of kilometers per second. Shock waves propagate through the interstellar medium, and brown dwarfs, failed stars that never quite achieved nuclear ignition, drift through the cosmic neighbourhood like stellar ghosts. The apparently static pattern of stars revealed by ancient observations masks a dynamic, ever-changing stellar ecosystem. Perhaps most remarkably, the same gravitational forces that ancient peoples saw as divine intervention, the power that held Orion among the stars, are now understood to govern the large-scale structure of the universe itself. Gravity shapes galaxies, guides the formation of stars, and determines the ultimate fate of cosmic evolution. The stories that spoke of gods placing heroes among the stars unknowingly describe the fundamental force that organizes matter on every scale from planets to galaxy clusters. In this convergence of myth and science, we find not contradiction, but complement. The ancient stories that saw Orion as an eternal hunter pursuing his quarry across the heavens captured something true about the nature of the cosmos, its vastness, its beauty, its fundamental dynamism. Modern astrophysics provides the mechanism behind these ancient intuitions, revealing a universe even more magnificent and mysterious than our ancestors imagined. The search for meaning that drove ancient peoples to create myths around the stars continues in the work of modern astronomers and physicists. When we probe the cosmic microwave background for clues about the Big Bang, when we search for exoplanets around distant stars, when we attempt to understand dark matter and dark energy, we are engaged in the same fundamental quest that led our ancestors to see gods and heroes in the night sky. The questions remain essentially unchanged across the millennia. What is our place in the cosmos? How did we come to exist? What is the nature of the universe that contains us? The tools we use to seek answers have grown more sophisticated, but the wonder and curiosity that drive the search remain profoundly human. Today, as we stand beneath the same stars that inspired humanity's first stories, we can appreciate both the scientific reality of nuclear fusion and stellar evolution, and the timeless beauty of the myths that helped our species make sense of the cosmic mystery. Orion the Hunter still strides across the winter sky, his stars burning with the same light that illuminated the dreams of ancient stargazers. In his eternal journey across the heavens, we see reflected both our scientific understanding of stellar physics and our enduring need for stories that connect the human experience with the infinite cosmos. Every night Orion rises, the hunter forever chasing across the heavens, reminding us of both our stories and our stars. In his light, we find the synthesis of two great human achievements: the mythological imagination that creates meaning from mystery, and the scientific method that reveals the underlying mechanisms of cosmic beauty. Together, they offer us a fuller understanding of our place in the universe, citizens of both the realm of story and the domain of science, children of both Earth and stars.